Good morning, I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to the second day of this European Open here held in Rome for women. Outstanding performance yesterday. Over the weekend we're watching 140 athletes representing 29 countries. And Korea, as it stands today, heads the top of the medal table with 1 gold, 2 bronzes. So we're just starting now with the second day with the women's under 70 kilos, first round on mat number 1, sorry. So here we have representing Romania in the white gi, Bucatari, Renata, and she's up against the Mexican in the blue gi, Andrea Pu. Renata, 22 years of age, representing Romania. Very unorthodox type of grip there, crossed over, but got to be very careful there that the referee doesn't penalise her for holding both one side of the gi without attempting a technique. And now the Mexican is looking for a Sangaku turnover, but referee obviously feels that didn't react quick enough and calls the mate. 2 minutes 17 seconds left in this contest. Andrea Pu from Mexico, 21 years of age, Pan American medalist, Junior World Championship medalist as well. Now yesterday Italy even saw their highs and their lows with some wonderful display of judo and a fantastic end result in the under 52 kilos where Guidvida Odette taking that gold medal and most importantly the vital Olympic qualification points. And as we know, with the lead up of 173 days to the Olympic Games starting, those points are vital to these athletes that are fighting here this weekend. But when we say highs, we also have the lows. And one of the biggest lows, most probably one of the biggest disappointments, was Edwin Gwend of Italy, who just didn't perform yesterday for some reason and missed out on some real vital Olympic qualification points. Up until now, maybe the pressure's just becoming that a little bit too much. But she actually got beat by Lucy Renshaw, a young lady from Great Britain, just out of the juniors. Had an outstanding performance throughout the day. Sadly didn't get a medal, but took the 7th place. But again, as we know, there's 4 points for every match that you win. And even though it doesn't make too much of a difference for Lucy, being just out of the juniors and not a contender for the Olympic qualification, it was still great experience for her. Now here you have Renata looking for the Jujikatami, but those legs just seem a little bit untidy there, and obviously doesn't get the leverage that she requires in the ground. So if you just joined us, I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to this second day of the European Open here in Rome. We're watching the weight categories 70 kilos, under 78s, and plus 78 kilos. 100. "29 countries participating over the weekend. And out of the 29 countries, 140 athletes are participating. And that's a great win there. Good start for this young lady, Renata Bucatari of Romania. Now, talking about Great Britain, we have just coming up now shortly, and that number one in the under 70 kilos, 20 years of age, Katie Jemima Yates-Brown. She's up against Giulia Cantoni, 30 years of age, so 10 years her senior. A lot of experience under this young lady's belt. But Jemima, outstanding performer in the junior categories throughout the world. Jemima Yates-Brown this year at the Scottish Open took the gold medal. And also under her belt the results that she has as junior and cadet European Championships and a World Under-17 bronze medal. So has hit every target as a cadet and junior, and now is establishing herself here as a outstanding performer in the senior level. Still very young. Gain a lot of experience in this competition. It's already handing out a lot of problems for some of these top senior international athletes. Julia with a Judo on the board. And Jemima there looking for the Niwaza opportunity. Trying to really settle down there. Not quite sure which way to go right now, but and being undecisive there, the referee feels that there's no opportunity. Julia looking for the Ouchigari into her Makakomi Harai Makakomi, but really didn't secure the upper body control before attacking. A little bit scrappy. Now Jemima's picking up the second Shido, so now there's one apiece with just over a minute in this contest left. That left hand that comes right over the back there, very positive indeed, and straight in for the attack. Took Jemima off guard there a little bit. But as we know, Jemima is very, very flexible indeed, and tends to get out a lot of problems. Doesn't seem to be phased too much. Again, that left high collar round the back grip, straight in for the attack. Two very strong, positive attacks, which puts the pressure on Jemima. And picks up her second Shiro, which now has her trailing behind with just under half a minute left in this contest. That left just seems to be a real stumbling point for Jemima. Julia just picking her off every time as they engage with the grips. Harai into the Makakomi, and Ippon scored, and Jemima just walked straight onto that. Obviously the warning signs were there, had used that technique several times within this match, and obviously didn't heed the warnings and paid the penalty at the end, losing by an Ippon with 3 seconds left on the clock. So Giulia Cantoni goes through to the next round of this women's under 70 kilos. Now we're just going across to the under 78s. Christelle Jarry of France in the white gi, and she'll be up against Marie Branser of Germany in the blue. Very tall young lady indeed from from France. Christelle, 26 years of age. Marie, 23. Marie, 7th in the European Open in Sofia this year, and in the under 23 European Championships took a 5th place back in 2014, and also in 2015 the European Union, the University European Championships. And now we have the hold down here, very convincing, straight in, scoring Ippon within the first minute of this contest. A great start for Christelle Gary. Goes through to the next round of the under 78 kilos.
Secondo combattimento nella categoria fino a 78 kg sul tappeto 1. Il blu per la Corea, Park Jujin. Il bianco per la Russia, Alina Kasharovskaya.
Karachowska of Russia in the white gi. She's up against Park of Korea in the blue. This staying with the under 78s. First round. Park won a bronze medal in Sofia this year. She's also won a silver medal in East Asian Games in 2014 and finished in the 9th position in the World Championships back in 2015. Elena, 25 years of age. Has won various World Cup medals since 2013 in Madrid, Abu Dhabi, Minsk, and took a silver medal in Lisbon in 2015. She's also won the Russian title of the under-78s. Park there with some great kumikata there, very good, well controlled. This looks very strong indeed. Leading with the Yuko on the scoreboard. Elena finding it slightly difficult to get the dominant grip in this match. Desperately trying to come over the top. Eugene Park, who comes under the arm, and very, very strong attacks indeed. Always first to the grip, working there for the Makikomi, but just lost the control as entering into the attack. But losing that control has cost her a Shido. So it's a Shido apiece and a Yuko on the board for the Korean. Alina coming round the back, circling motion around opponent. Really doesn't seem to be making much of an impact on the Korean. Again, both picking up their second Shido. Right hand coming over the top of the head, which then slips into the Makikomi. Both desperately trying to take control. Park just edging on the grips, but only by a small margin. Slight bit of pressure there as that left arm comes over the top from Elena, who takes an Ashiwaza attempt there, breaking her opponent's balance, but sadly failing to get the score from that. And as she's still trailing with the Yuko, needs desperately now to get that score back. She dives in on that left, looking for the rear attack. With one hand on is going to be very difficult to generate the power that needs to throw such a strong athlete such as this Korean. Well, there goes the third Shido. One more would result in a hand sokimaki with 24 seconds left. Elena really working extremely hard, and is the choke on? Well, it looks like it. Can she sustain that? The hips need on. Sadly, she slips away there, and that was her opportunity lost. If she was going to do anything, it would have been there. And the time goes, and that was a very, very close match indeed. Park just hanging on dearly for that with that Yuko, but Elena did come back very, very strong indeed in the last minute and a half. Great performance from the Russian, but sadly Yinjin Park goes through to the next round, and the Russian is out. So we'll be seeing Eugene Park later on in the second round of this women's under-78. Great performance, did very well to maintain that lead.
Primo turno categoria fino a 78 kg sul tappeto 1. Di blu per l'Italia, Linda Politi. Bianco per la Croazia, Ivana Maranic.
And now we have Ivana Maranic of Croatia, 24 years of age in the white gi, and she's up against the local young lady, 21 years of age, Melora Rosetta of Italy in the blue. 21 years of age. Oh, Poletti, Linda Poletti, sorry. 28 years of age, national champion, and has already got a 5th and a 7th place in the Rome Open back in 2013 and 14. Will it be her year to take a medal? It's been so close, but still, that medal is still to come. Can this all change for her this weekend? Ivana, 24 years of age, 4 years her junior. And we know the Croatians have produced some fine female athletes. And they've got a very strong team here today.
Winner in white for Mexico, Vanessa Zambotti.
Ivana, Croatian champion, won the Grand Prix in 2013.
E di bianco per la Cuba, campionessa olimpica, Idalis Ortiz.
She has various international World Cup medals and has won 6 senior national titles for Croatia, and has won a medal in the World and Junior European Championships. And this is trying to put a mark now on senior judo. Very strong grip there from the Croatian. As you can see, that right hand very deep onto the back, almost on the belt. Controlling very nicely indeed, Linda. Maranic with a yuka on the board, but looks like they're taking that off. So Linda Poletti of Italy still trailing with a Judo on the board with 1 minute and 55 seconds left. Ivana, slight height advantage, and uses it to her advantage there with that high. Great attack there with Uchimata, taking it into an Amaka Komi. But it's that right arm that's dangerous for Linda, as she throws it over very, very deep indeed, and uses to her advantage those long limbs, those legs and arms that come over, overpowering Linda. You can see struggling to get past the defences, and that real long reach that Ivana has. Her arm slips over again, as you can see, drawing Linda's head down. As a real panic there of attack, feeling overpowered there by that strong right-handed grip, drops to her knees, making it look very scrappy indeed, and she has to be very, very careful. Otherwise she'll pick up another Judo. So that left hand on the lapel for Poletti really isn't making much of a difference in trying to control Ivana. With 13 seconds on the clock, seems to be just cruising now in this contest. One Yuko on the board and the seconds are ticking away, and there's nothing. This is the first time Linda has actually looked in control, and then it all just fades away. So sadly for Linda Poletti, it isn't going to be her day, and still that medal is nowhere to be. Ivana Maralic of Croatia goes through to the second round of the under 78s with that great performance.
Primo turno categoria fino a 78 kg. Di blu per l'Italia, Melora Rosetta, e di bianco per la Mongolia, pure Fiergal, Lampday.
So now we have, coming up from the mat, and the under 78 kilos in the white gi representing Mongolia, Purvagar, and she's up against the Italian Rosetta in the blue gi. Rosetta, 21 years of age, from Italy. Won a bronze medal in the European Under-23 European Championships back in 2015 in Bratislava. And also with the junior European team, picked up a bronze medal for Italy. And has got many junior and cadet medals and titles to her name. Great up and coming young lady from Italy. Just out of the junior division. Purvagal, 29 years of age, 8 years her senior. A lot of experience. Finished 7th in the 2008 Olympic Games in Beijing. She was the winner of the Grand Prix back in 2011 in Düsseldorf and has won 5 Asian medals and 2 titles in 2011 and 2012. Has a very strong Uchimata, and for us, glides through to the second round of this under 78 kilo division. Great experience for Melora Rosetta of Italy, 21, and I'm sure she'll take a lot away from this event today.
Di blu per l'Italia, Lucia Tangorre. Di bianco per la Cuba, Yerlenis Castillo.
So now we have Castillo of Cuba in the white. Tangori representing Italy in the blue. "29 years of age, this Cuban. Was a finalist in the 2000, taking the silver medal in 2008 Olympic Games in Beijing. Won a 7th place in 2007 in the World Championships in Rio. It's a very strong Harai Goshi. Many medals in the Pan American Games, winning the title in 2015. Very strong competitor from Cuba. Lucia, 27, 2 years junior. Won the under 23 European Championship back in 2009 in the under 78s. She also won a medal, World Cup medal in Birmingham and Rotterdam. Won a European silver medal in the juniors and European bronze medal in the under 17s. Both these athletes have got great track records of performing at a very high level. A very evenly matched contest this will be. 2 Shidos though to Lucia. Finding the slight pressure against this Cuban. That right grip on the Italian shoulders, controlling quite nicely. Tangori looking for the Ouchigari, but really is trying to break through a very strong defense of the Cuban, who picks up a first Shido. So the Italian has got 3 Shidos, and as we know, one more would result in a hand sokimaki. There's a lot of pressure for this young lady to stay in this contest. She's finding it very, very difficult to get past the strong defences of the Cuban, who picks up her second on a wrap over there with the Kosotagak, I should say. But coming round the back and a bear hug grip is not allowed in the rules of judo, and she picks up her 3rd Shido, which means that neither one of these two ladies takes their next Shido. It would result in a hand sokimaki. Lovely Ashiwaza there, breaking her opponent's balance. Drop Sianagi, a nice combination of attacks there. Piling the pressure on the Italian. Maybe this is the ploy to get. Is this the last? Well, the Cuban is doing a lot of work right now, making her opponent look very passive indeed, but has to be very careful with that bear hug grip. She almost done it again, which could have been resulting in the hand sokimaki. She's got to be so careful. An attempt to Uchimata drops in Aggie but falls back onto her bottom, but very poor attack, and she was very lucky indeed. But considering she's actually doing the attacks and the Italian really isn't putting in much here other than really surviving out there, it's just a matter of time, I think, that the Judo will be awarded to the Italian, and I think this is where we're going to see it. Well, a Judo has been awarded and a hand sokumaki for the Italian, which takes Castillo through to the next round of this women's under 78 kilos.
Primo turno, categoria fino a 78 kg. Judo di blu per la Francia, Julie Pierret. Di bianco per la Cina, Zhang Lui.
So we have Zhang of China in the white gi coming up onto the mat now, staying with the under 78 kilo category. Pierre, Julie of France in the blue. Zhang, 28 years of age, Asian Open champion in Taipei in 2014 and in 2011 won the World Cups in Sao Paulo and Korea in 2015. Also was in part of the World Team Championships back in 2008, where they won a bronze medal. Julie, 21 years of age, just out of the junior category. In the Grand Slam this year in Paris, took a 9th place, and in the first division French Championships a bronze medal. European University champion in 2015. And in the World Championships back in 2014 picked up a 7th place, and the European Championships under 21 in 2000, the same year, a bronze medal. Over 36 international results, and still only 21 years of age. Oh, and a lovely finish there from Zhang, the shimiwaza. Julie leaving her neck wide open. And a message saying, "Here, take me." So she'll be very disappointed in that. With a minute and 12 seconds left, China goes through to the next round of the under 78 kilo category.
Tatami 1, we are inviting the People's Republic of China, Zhang Hui. E sul tappetto 2 vince la brasiliana di bianco Maria Portela. Second round for women under 70 kilo, Tatami 1. In blue for Romania, Renata Bucatari. In white for Mongolia, Senayush Nanayargan. Sul tappetto 2, secondo turno, categoria fino a 70 kg. Di blu per la Danimarca, Emily Sok. Di bianco per la Russia,
Senya Ayushi of Mongolia. In the white, Bucatari of Romania, who we saw earlier on in the first round. In the blue gi. Naranja Gal, 24 years of age. Won the Grand Prix in Mongolia in 2014. She was one of the highlights of various IJF international medals and multiple medals in the Asian Championships, and also medalled in the Junior World Championships. As we said, 22, Renata, 22 years of age, national champion. And doing extremely well against this very tough opponent from Mongolia. Picks up a first Shido though, which puts slight pressure on Renata. Naranjagal, obviously the more experienced of these two athletes, piling on the pressure of the Romanian. Under that pressure, drops to her knees. A Shido apiece, and there picks up the second Shido under pressure. So two Shidos to one. 1 minute and 48 seconds left in this contest. So just under a minute and a half in this contest, a very close match indeed between these two athletes. Closer than I expected when you look at the results from the Mongolian and how experienced she is. She has that high right hand collar grip, drawing her opponent desperately down to her knees. Very, very strong indeed. And look, you can see the shimmy wazzer, and it's on, and it's just a matter of time as she rotates, even looks towards the Osakumi. Doesn't look comfortable there for Renata. In fact, looks a little bit limp there, so but the referee's keeping a close eye as the pressure is on the shimiwaza, and there it was just a matter of time. It was right under the chin. Pressure was always on the shimiwaza, and Ippon scored with 41 seconds left in this contest. Tisenyush of Mongolia goes through to the next round of this women's under 70s.
The time one, winner from Mongolia, Tisenyush.
Now coming up very shortly from China in the white gi, Fi Shen, and she's up against Kamenucci of Italy in the blue gi. We're still with the under 70 kilos. .25 years of age, Shen. Fifth in the Olympic Games in 2012 in London. She participated in the World Championships but never medalled in the Asian Games, bronze medal in 2010 and in 2014. Very, very strong contender from China. She's won various IGF events, and starting back in 2011 where she was competing in the 70 kilos in Dusseldorf. Has won the Grand Prix, 3 Grand Prix executively. Got to be a strong contender of a medal here today, as she now drives that elbow over in the Sangaku turnover. The head's not really, and arms not being secured for the Sangaku Jimmy, but I think she's trying to go for that Osakomi, and she does extremely well into securing it. Osakomi is held and very tight as she looks up at the scoreboard as it ticks away and secures her place in the next round of this under 70 kilo category. Kamenucci sadly up against a very tough opponent. And she walks back there looking very disappointed, but under the circumstances, a lot of experience to be gained from competing against such a high caliber of athlete.
Winner man 1, in point for the People's Republic of China, Judo. The second round for women under 70 kg, time 1. Secondo turno categoria fino a 70 kg, tappeto 1, di gruppo per l'Italia, Giulia Cantoni, di bianco per la Cina.
So we have Giulia Cantoni here from representing Italy again. This is her second match out. Ciao, this is the first match, had a bye in the first round. Giulia, 30 years of age. Ciao, 29. Won a silver medal in the Grand Prix in Mongolia in 2015 and a bronze medal Quindi in 2014 in the under-70. She also won her first IJF medal back in 2012. Very, very strong indeed, this Italian. A lot of experience at 30 years of age. Six World Cup medals. Won the European Open in Tallinn back in 2014. And won the Italian title in 2012, and 8 years after the Italian junior. Junior title. Cantoni, she's competed in the junior worlds, in the worlds and European championships. A lot of experience behind her. Slightly dominating this match right now by a very small margin, but still has picked up a Shido. Which puts us slightly under pressure. 1 minute and 50 seconds left in this contest. Really needs to secure a stronger grip. She comes over deep there with that left, but failing to capitalize on it. And one thing we do know with the Italian, they're very well prepared for every international, that they're participating, very strong and aggressive fighters. The Italian team are. Work rate is exceptional. It's something that cannot be faulted with the Italian team. Again, that left in, but totally dismissed by Chow. A Shido apiece now, very close match indeed. With just over a minute left in this contest, you couldn't really tear these two apart. Chow coming round the back, threatening with the Ogoshi. Italian with that high collar, left hand on. Switching it through into a Makikomi, not effective at all, as Chow pushes the shoulder through and making it look very scrappy indeed, and she picks up the second Shido for that. So these sort of errors cannot happen at this later stage in the contest. That mistake could most probably cost her dearly in going through to the next round. Chow looking very busy down in the Niwaza, and as I said, looking busy but not really effective. But another Shido for the drop, and it's just all slipping away for Cantoni. She needs to do something very special now, and I think if she had it in her, she would have done it a lot earlier. Now Sangaku turnover here, and the pressure is piled on with the seconds just ticking away to secure that place into the next round of this under 70 kilos. Chaozu just looking up at the clock and just has done enough to take her through. Very disappointing for Julia, who just seemed to let it slip away with some very poor judgment under extreme pressure. near the end of this contest.
Winner in white for the People's Republic of China. Siamo quasi pronti per i primi quarti di finale sul tappeto 1, ma prima c'è il secondo turno categoria fino a 70 kg. Di blu per Puerto Rico, Maria Perez. Di bianco per l'Ecuador, Vanessa Chala.
So we have Vanessa Chala from Ecuador in the white gi. Maria Perez in the blue. Puerto Rico. Well, that's well, I think she was pleased with that performance. And let's have another wee look on how that happened. Very, very quick indeed, and there was no wasting any. So Maria Perez of Puerto Rico, as you can see here, oh, there she was, a wonderful display and wonderful timing on that technique, just left herself wide open. Chala, Vanessa, not a lot you can say about that when it comes to a real pure technique. Timing is everything, as they would say. Galaloni now coming up shortly for Italy, and Gary of France in the blue, as we saw earlier on. Galaloni, 29 years of age. Has fought in many world and European events. A silver in the under 23 in 2000, European Champions in 2008. And won the World Cups medals in Birmingham, Madrid and Sofia in 2014. And this year took a bronze medal in Athena. Was part of the European team, Baku team championship, where they took a bronze medal. Galaloni now securing with a Wazari and a Yuko on the board, and the clock just ticking away nicely for that Ipon. Well, the vital Olympic points are piling up there for Assunta Gaglione, who goes through to the next semi-final of the women's under 78s. So she'll be pleased with that. A little step closer to vital points, qualifying points for the Olympics.
vince l'italiano di bianco a Sud. Next quarterfinal of Mat 1, women under 78 kg. Quadri di finale categoria fino a 78 kg. Tappeto 1. Di blu per la Croazia, Ivana Maranic. Vediamo per la Corea.
So now we have Jijin Park of Korea in the white, and she's up against the Croatian Ivana Maranic in the blue. As I said, Maronic, 24 years of age, very feisty out there right now, looks very determined. 6 times national champion and won world and European junior medals. Park this year won a bronze medal in Sofia. This is a quarter-final match. And this win will take them into the semi-final, a little bit closer to guaranteeing medals, and also it's guaranteeing some very strong medal points for qualifying the Olympics. So 2.5 minutes left in this contest. 2 shidos apiece. They're starting to accumulate these shidos, which means they're starting to pile the pressure on each other. Oh, a lovely Osota Makakomi. Very tight indeed from Ivana. Sadly not able to secure the Osakomi. Still persevering with it as she turns an arm up the back there. Needed to be a little bit quicker there, but a cross grip there from the Korean on the right. And that right arm round the back, as we saw in the earlier round, very strong indeed. Eugene, very effective and piles the pressure on her opponents when she adapts that grip. As you can see again, drawing that shoulder in, has got the sleeve now, looks very strong indeed, needs to start backing it up now with an attack as she trails with a Wazari at this moment, looking for the Ashiwas of the Kosota really oh yes, my goodness me. Oh, well, that was, you could see that being set up. She had secured the grip. She was controlling very nicely, stabbing away at that Kosota to get that foot stepping back, and the ultimate mistake as she steps back, Park comes across with a Harai Makakomi. Well, a lovely display of judo and about keeping her nerve within the last minute of this quarter-final match that takes Park into the semi-final. As you can see, stabbing away and switches, the leg goes back and steps right across. Wonderful display of judo. Now at the next quarter-final, now we had Dmitriev of Russia in the white. This is the next qualifying quarter-final match of the under-78s. Puvagal of Mongolia in the blue. Pujagal, Ouchigari drives off. Dmitrieva trying to counter that, but was very lucky she didn't get scored against, because the Mongolian was very deep indeed with that Ouchigari. And Russian taking this, opting for a lower sleeve grip. Now she's got to be very careful because she's pulling it down. It looks very close to being a pistol grip and very negative indeed. And so there's a Mongolian as well. She holds very low on the sleeve grip, drawing the hands down, which could be perceived as very negative. You see it's a real twist on that lower part of the sleeve for the Russian. Judo being awarded to both athletes. Mongolian trying to draw that right arm over the top, but left herself very wide open, and the Russian capitalized on it as she attacked. Wasn't forceful enough to get the score, but still nevertheless a good opportunity taken. Again, Russian taking first grips. Seems to that left hand on her opponent's lapel, and that right arm over the top again. As you can see, she draws the Russian's head and shoulder in with the Makikomi. Also to Makikomi securing a Wazari. Now looking for the Niwaza. That's that right arm that comes over, drawing her opponent into her, is the danger for the Russian. With 1.5 minutes left in this contest, it's a good position for the Mongolian to be in. Again, you see that right high collar grip, the sleeve controlling quite nicely as she draws her opponent, and that sleeve across the chest. And the Russian coming in for the Ouchigari swiftly takes the first grip, and this is where the Russian has to come in first. She has to secure and dominate the grips. Once more allows her shoulder to be pulled in. The Mongolian are capitalizing on it. That elbow tucked in, very, very strong kumikata, drawing her opponent to her knees, making the Russian look very passive indeed. Possibly picking another Shido. There we go. The Shido's been awarded, so 2-1, plus a Wazari on the board. And the Mongolian, again, also being drawn to her knees. She will pick up the Shido too. So that's 2 apiece, and 1 Wazari on the board for the Mongolian. Yosotagari switching to the Kosotagak. But again, that right hand is high up onto the collar, drawing the Russian as she hooks in for the Ouchigari. But then the Mongolians switching to the Makokomi. A good flurry of attacks there from both athletes, keeping this contest very exciting indeed. With half a minute left, can the Russian come back? Well, she has got some very strong attacks. She's gutsy enough to try and commit herself 100%, and sometimes that's all it takes. Mongolian looking for the Niwazo. She wraps around the waist, rotating her opponent over. The time just ticks away. 4 seconds on the clock, and it's looking unlikely the Russian will come back from this. So it's a place secured in the semi-final for the Mongolian. Purvagal with the Makokomi attack that we saw. That right hand was obviously dominating enough, gave her the edge against her opponent, and secures that place in the semi-final. Now we have coming up Castillo from Cuba in the white gi, Zhang Zihao of China in the blue. As I said earlier on, Castillo, Olympic silver medalist in Beijing. First match was a little bit slow off on the mark. Zhang there with that right hand, as we've seen earlier on, an elbow tucked in nicely, drawing the Cuban's head down, which is not something you see very often against the Cubans, as they are very, very powerful and strong athletes. Very passive indeed. Well, Shido's got to be awarded to both. Nothing really other than that very strong grip from China. And the Makokomi there as she rotates her opponent over, a Shido apiece, trying to secure that hold, and Castillo does extremely well to get out of what was a very difficult situation. Well, both picking up their second Shido. Being very passive. Well, the importance is when they do grip up, they control and use that grip. Sadly, China's there got the very, very strong right-handed high collar grip, but fails to do anything with it. So 3 Shidos now to Castillo. Needs to pull something out with a minute and a half. One more would result in a hand sokumaki. But we saw her in this position before where she was able to pull it out of the bag with the Makakomi in the earlier rounds. Tends to leave things right to the last moment. We see the Makakomi again, but we saw that in the earlier stages where it was very successful. Very poor drop Cianagi there. Well, it's 3 Shidos apiece. 1 minute, 15 seconds left in this contest. Very poor drop. Now these are where it's very important. Neither one of them, and China makes that mistake, which is a hand sokumaki. My goodness me. Well, once more Castillo takes it near the end, leaving everything to the last moment, but not as convincing of a win in the previous match. But it was enough to take her through to the semi-finals of this women's under-78s. Not quite sure if they will change, but so Cuba secures her place in the semi-final of this under-78s, and now we're coming to the under-70 quarter-final match.
Vi ricordiamo che quest'anno, dopo la tappa, il Grand Prix andava in Cuba e il Grand Slam la settimana scorsa a Parigi, il circuito mondiale riprende settimana prossima in Germania a Judo.
Send Aush of Mongolia in the white gi, representing China in the blue shin. This is the quarter-final match, a place for the semi-final. Mongolian very powerful indeed as she attempts to rotate her opponent over in the Niwaza. Nice deep grip. Oh my goodness me, well that was very dangerous there for Shen. And the Niwaza, she's still not out of trouble as the Mongolian turns in with the hips, looking for the shimiwaza. On this angle, not sure whether it is under the chin or not. The referee has a better look, and oh my goodness me, well. Well, obviously the pressure was on the shimiwaza, and even though there wasn't a tap, went unconscious for just a split second, and the win is awarded to the Mongolian. Sen Aush of Mongolia.
Next quarterfinal match to women over 78 kg. In blue for Mongolia, Judo.
So now in the under 70 kilo qualifying final match, we have representing China Zhu in the white gi, representing Puerto Rico in the blue, as we saw earlier on a fantastic performance in a previous match with the Ashiwaza for upon Perez Maria. This young lady has been all at the mat all of a minute, and as she marches through into the arena, you can just see her there at the side of the mat. She comes through very confident indeed. First match against Ecuador, totally dismissing her opponent, but she's going to have a tough match here today with this young lady from China, People's Republic of China. Chow looking for that right hand to come over the top, but the Iponsianagi, oh my goodness me! Maria Perez, what a thrower this young lady is. Well, my goodness me. This is the second match out, and she can throw. Wonderful display, a wonderful repertoire of judo, and took Chow totally unawares. Obviously had seen most probably the match before where Arashi was superb, but there throwing that Ippon Sianagi in gives her another string to her bow. Wonderful display of judo. Again that Ippon Sianagi, whoa, yes! Well, there's definitely no fear with Maria. Definitely a scary opponent to be competing against. With judo like that, well, you have to fear it. Chow really under some pressure now. Again the Makakomi for a Rosario Seti upon. Well, do you know what? She has definitely got to be a top favourite for the gold medal here today with judo like that. That's what you love to see. I don't think she's even broke sweat yet. A minute and a half into this contest, literally seconds in her previous contest. An amazing performance from this young lady, Maria Perez of Puerto Rico. So you see a flurry of attacks straight into the Makikomi. Oh my goodness me, very powerful indeed. Could have been a pawn there. Now we're coming to the repechage of the under 78 kilo category. Christelle Jari and Ivana Manaric of Croatia. France in the white, Croatia in the blue.
Winner of the quarterfinal match for the People's Republic of China, Ma Xixi.
So we'll be coming up quite shortly with the repechage. Now we have the quarterfinal of the under 70 kilo category. Portela Maria of Brazil in the white gi. Arina Gaziva of Russia in the blue. Russian slight height advantage here against Maria. Maria Portela, 28 years of age, from Brazil. And as we know, Brazil hosting the Olympic Games. So for the Brazilians, it's about preparing their team to the best of their ability. And Maria Portela, very experienced young lady indeed in this weight category. Took a bronze medal in Havana this year, and yes, last year in Tokyo, the Grand Slam, also a bronze medal. She's part of the military in the Military World Games. Last year took a silver medal. And a 5th place in the Grand Slam in Baku back in 2015. 7th place in the World Championships in Rio de Janeiro in 2015. A long standing career for this young lady. Has won many titles in Grand Slams and World Cups throughout her career, extending back to 2000. Oh my goodness me! Well, that was a lovely attack there. Ippon down to a Rosari, but I don't think it's going to make well. She's trying to secure the hold down, but you can see that the leg is there with the Koso Tagak. So Rosali Apis keeping this contest, which is very exciting, against two very strong opponents, alive. Well, that was definitely a great comeback from the Russian. Just shows you perseverance is always something to just keep working on. Never over until the bell has gone. With 8 seconds, the Brazil is still trailing with the Judo to a name. The Russian has to be very careful. Well, she just pipped it at within the last minute, last 30 seconds. Arina Gaziva of Russia goes through to the semi-finals of this under 70 weight category.
She will be in the semi-finals for women under 70 kilos. Arriva il prossimo combattimento prima del pescaggio e delle semifinali. Quarto finale categoria fino a 70 kg. Il gruppo per la Francia, european. Fianco per la Bosnia e Herzegovina, Alexandra Samardzic. After these contests, there will be a 4-minute break before beginning with the repechage in the semi-final. Ci sarà una piccola pausa dopo questo combattimento per iniziare contemporaneamente il ripescaggio e le semifinali.
So now we have the quarterfinals, the under 70s, the other half of this draw, representing Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the white, Samaric, and she's up against Verd of, oh my goodness me, well, wonderful as she was, the Diashibarai there. As she hooks across, still trying to work desperately on that arm. Fantastic attack. So definitely Verde there with a Wazari on the board. Fantastic as she was, that high collar, left-handed grip. Oh, lovely. Osoto into a Makakomi there. Harai slightly off to the side. It looked like she was trying to take those strong legs over to the Osoto. Took Verd off guard. French slight disadvantage in height there. Alexandra overshadowing her opponent as she reach over nice and high. That right hand high on the collar, drawing her opponent's head down, coming in for what looks to be off at the angle of the Osotogari and switching it. Into a Siotoshi, leaving her options very much open from a rear to a forward attack. High collar. Grip again. Osoto Maki, just lost her grip with the Osoto, as you can see, hooking right behind the back of the knee. With those long legs, she's got the leverage to get it. The Makikomi there. I say it's the Harai Makikomi because she's looking to hook behind the knee there for the Osota and just switches it at the last. As you can see there, the Osota is dropping onto a knee. Judo been awarded now, so one apiece. Alexandra there with a Wazari and a Yuko on the board in a comfortable lead at this moment with just over half a minute left in this contest. But as we know with the French, she's got some wonderful ashiwaza attempts, and we saw that in the opening seconds of this contest where she threw with that wonderful Wazari, the ashibara. Again, you see that left hand from the French draw an opponent in. Well, a lot of pressure now. But with seconds left, I think she's left it a little bit too late to come back from there. Harai Makikomi there, nice attack. Well, that was a great win and a place now secured for Alexandra Samaric from Bosnia and Herzegovina. So Sadadic goes through to the semi-final of this women's under-70s.
We'll continue with the repassage and the semi-finals.
Dmitrieva, Anastasia of Russia in the white gi. This is a repechage match, the under 78 kilos, and she's up against representing the People's Republic of China, Zhang. Should have been awarded to both of these athletes. Well, yesterday we saw quite a few golden scores. There's not been many today. I don't even think there has been any. A lot of throwing from these ladies today. Some outstanding performances and a wonderful display of judo. If you've just joined us, I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to the second day. First block for the women's categories under 70s, under 78s and plus 78 kilograms. The medal table as it stands, Korea in first position, followed closely by Mongolia in second, and third place France, and fourth Italy. But that could all change today. Zhang there with a drop Sianagi, not as convincing. Looking slightly under pressure from this Russian, who's had an outstanding performance throughout. Very consistent in her matches. Tamako Komi there. Into Osakomi. The Kazagatami. Very strongly executed down there. Even though her opponent's leg is over the top, it's not breaking the hold. Well, Wazari Aseti upon. Well, that was a very convincing win from Zhang of China, who goes through for the bronze medal final in the final block later on, which for those who've just started will be at 3 o'clock today.
Combattimento vinto dalla cinese Zhang Zhefui.
So Zhang Zhefui takes her place in the bronze medal final. And we're coming up very shortly with the semi-final of the women's under 78.
In white for Mongolia,
Privagal of Mongolia in the white, and representing Cuba in the blue, Castillo Valenis. So the athletes just approaching the arena now. Now Castillo, it's been a very challenging journey to this stage. She's been very, very lucky, and winning her matches in close to the end of time in the last minute or so, whether it be by Ishido or just scoring for a pawn in the last seconds of the contest. Vagal, a little bit more convincing journey. A battle of grips here. Castillo, Olympic silver medalist back in Beijing. Long, impressive career for Castillo, and still, lovely Koichigari, but the Cuban trying to desperately counter her opponent. Which cost her the Yuko, but that Koichigari was there, and it was just a rescuing attempt from Castillo.
Seconda semifinale categoria 78 kg, 1. Semifinal for women under 78 kg, time 1. Judo di blu per la Corea, Park Ju-jin. Judo di bianco per l'Italia, Assunta Galeone.
Well, a real battle of grips here. Both very, very cagey indeed. And Ashido's mate is going to be given, it's got to be given quite shortly. Very little going on, and very poor attempt there from the Cuban and that Makikomi, or from the Mongolian. And that picks up a second Shido for that unnecessary attack there. Well, the Mongolian looks to have a little bit of pressure on her now, and Castillo powers through her, desperately looking for any opportunity to get through the defences of the Mongolian. A very poor drop, which is slightly on the chin there. Good attempt into the transition into the knee waza from the Mongolian, but timing and placing of that lapel wasn't good. Castillo drive. Oh yes! Well, as we said earlier on, this young lady leaves everything to the last minute of a contest. She has done in previous matches leading up to this. She perseveres, she doesn't give in. She doesn't make her life much easier. But a wonderful attack there, very gutsy performance. Just shows you the class of player that she is and why she's Olympic silver medalist. So Castillo from Cuba goes through to the semi-finals of the women's under 78s, and now we're coming to the repechage of the plus 78s. Efimam of Brazil in the white, Uduku of Mongolia in the blue. The Mongolian with a greater grip there That right arm deep into the back. Very positive start for the Mongolian. Counteracted by the Brazilian as she creates her own opportunities. Brazil takes the first Judo. Mongolian coming round the back there. Brazilian looking for a hip techniques there. Well, Osakami there called a Wasari on the board. She only needs to bring it up to the Wasari for a Wasari Yoseti upon. The seconds are ticking and Brazil goes in to the final of the bronze medal. Well, that was a great win for Brazil, very convincing halfway through this match. It didn't look like that was going to happen at the beginning with the Mongolian as she came out to engage with the grips. She looked very, very strong. She was very, very positive. But the Brazilian showed the class that she was. So now we come to the under 78 semi-final match. Ortiz of Cuba in the white, Mai of China in the blue.
Vince il pescato sul tappetto 1 per la Corea Kim Ji-jong. La sua avversaria, anche coreana Kim Mi-jong, si è infortunata prima. Semifinale, categoria più di 78 kg. Semifinal for women over 78 kg, tatami 1. In blue for Mexico, Vanessa Zambotti. And in white for the People's Republic of China, Yu Song.
Cydalise Ortiz, 26 years of age. Olympic champion in 2012 in London. After her successes of becoming a world champion in 2013 and 14, and in 2015 won a world bronze medal in Astana. She also won a bronze medal in Beijing and various Pan American Games and 5 World Tour events. Obviously a top favourite to win this match and this event. Already this year has won the Grand Prix in Havana, and last year, the latter end of the year, took a silver medal in the Grand Slam in Tokyo. These two have competed before in the World Championships last year. May, 27 years of age. Grand Slam this year in Paris, took a silver medal. Won the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi, and in the World Championships took a 5th place last year. Both very, very strong athletes. Quite sad to see them both on the same half of this draw. Ortiz accumulating the Shido's 3 now, has got to be very careful there. 1 more would result in a Hansokimaki. So really has to stay very strong, focused and on her feet. With a Wazari, and this is, my goodness me, well, she has just thrown this match away, and also the possible title of this weekend of European Open champion for Rome. My goodness me, a Wazari on the board, an ultimate sacrifice she made, which was unnecessary, with 5 seconds to go. My goodness me. So Ma of China will go through. A very, very silly mistake from Ortiz. Which is unacceptable for the caliber of athlete that she is, and the experience that she's shown throughout her career. To make an ultimate mistake like that was not acceptable. But China goes through to the final of the women's plus 78 kilo category. We have now the repechage of the women's under 70 kilos. Portela from Brazil in the white, and representing France in the blue, we have Vard. Portela, one of the most experienced out of these two, represented in the Olympic Games. Got to be a real hopeful for an Olympic medal in Brazil, Rio this year. Judo been awarded now to both athletes. Also to Gary there from Portela. Well, Judo apiece. 1 minute 40 seconds left in this contest. Very close fought match between both of the athletes. Good controlling left hand from the French, working very nicely. Nice ashiwaza there from Maria. Left to right gripping. Seems to complement Maria a lot more better than Varad. A nice drop Sianagi there. But Portela still trailing with the two Shidos on the board. Well, the Osakumi is there. Portela, just within the last seconds, secures it with the Yuko, and it's looking like we'll finish off with an Osakumi for Ippon. So with just 1 second left, Portela takes her place in the bronze medal final in the under 70 kilo category.
Totalmente vince il ripescaggio in questa categoria 70 kg, la brasiliana di bianco Maria Portela. Semifinal 1-2, women under 70 kg. Semifinale categoria 70 kg, tatami 2. In blu for Bosnia e Herzegovina, Alexandra Samardzic. In white for Russia, Irina Gasieva. Anche semifinale in questa categoria fino a 70 kg, tappetto 1 per il Porto Rico Maria Perez e col judo di bianco per la Mongolia Sena Yoshinana Yergaro.
Gazieva of Russia in the white gi, Samaric of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the blue. Gazieva looking desperate for an opportunity in the Niwazu, looks for that Jujikatami, and yes, scores with the Juji for Ippon, gets the submission that she was looking for. Gazieva, very convincing win, takes her into the final of the women's under 70 kilo category. And Zamaric goes through into the bronze medal final later on in the final block, which starts at 3 o'clock today.
Don't forget that the bronze medal contest will start at 3 p.m. local time. Winner of the semi-final of that one.
And the other semi-finalist, which doesn't surprise me, from Puerto Rico, Perez, who's had an outstanding performance today, and maybe my top favourite for winning this weight category later on in the final block.
And now we will have a break.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed the first part of the second day of this European Open here in Rome for women. It's been some outstanding performances throughout the day, and now we will be having a break until 3 o'clock, where I do hope you'll join myself, Loretta Cusack-Doyle, on behalf of the European Judo Union for what will be a very exciting and finale of this event. Well, good afternoon and welcome back for the final block of the second day of the European Open here in Rome for ladies. And we're just coming on to the bronze medal final for the women's under 70 kilos. And we have Zhu of China in the white and Samaric of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the blue. Xiao Zhu, 29 years of age, last year won a silver medal in Mongolia in the Grand Prix there. She's up against lovely Wazari there. And a great start for China. Up against Alexandra, who's only 18 years of age, making a debut here. She's won 3 European cadet medals, European Championship cadet medals, and took a bronze in the under 23 European Championships. Great potential. Very tall young lady, Alexandra is. Causing Xiao a few problems there. Alexandra showing real maturity in her judo. Physical presence on the mat. So just over 2 minutes left in this contest. Xiao Zhu leading with a Wazari on the board. Alexandra with that right arm high on the lapel, using it as well as to control the pace of her opponent. Xiao with her left hand on the lapel. She comes through for Morote, drop Morote Sianagi. Xiao maintaining that lead quite comfortably there. Both received a Judo with 46 seconds left in this contest. Now China receiving the second. Alexandra really trying to get back into this contest. Real determination. Chow keeping that right sleeve down, which she knows is a real danger. She comes high collared, but by doing that picks up her third Shido. Now she's got to be very careful. One more would result in a hand sokyumaki, and that bronze medal would just disappear for her. Now she's working in the niwaza. And the win comfortably goes to China. Chao Zhu. And the fifth place goes to Bosnia and Herzegovina, Alexandra Samaric. Now we're coming to the second bronze medal final for the under 70 kilos, where we have approaching the mat right now in the white gi Maria Portela in Brazil, and representing Mongolia in the blue gi Tsen Ayush Naraganja. Maria, 28 years of age. A former world number 2 in the under 70 kilos, competed at the World Championships and Olympic Games, and has won Grand Slams in Moscow back in 2012 and a Grand Prix in Abu Dhabi 2012. And Havana picking up a bronze medal this year. So still very much on form and in a preparation stage, as obviously Brazil, Rio is hosting the Olympic Games. So it is just about preparation and getting the timing right to hopefully medal. Got to be a good chance for an Olympic medal. For a base of a confidence boost here in preparation for that, a medal would be nice. Her opponent, Naranjagal, 24 years of age. Won the Grand Prix in Mongolia back in 2014 and multiple medals in Asian Championships. Medalled at the Junior World Championships. Right deep grip that she uses to rotate her opponent over. Portella's got to be very, very careful. Slight disadvantage in the height. Seems to be concentrating on that left, but it's that right arm that she has to control. She tries to do there as she's taken that sleeve and has now started to do that quite nicely, but there's always that real threat. As you can see, that left, that right sneakily moving up towards Maria's high collar. But for Maria, that is the danger. First Judo there from Mongolia. 2-1 now. It's the only thing on the board that divides them. One Judo. And this has been the problem for her throughout the day. And she's lost vital matches on just one vital match, and that was on a Judo. Again, that right sleeve is on Maria's shoulder there, nicely controlling, making Maria look quite passive there, and that's the problem when you're slightly smaller than your opponent. It takes so much more effort to be in control of a contest. Maria trying to look very active with the feet, not really doing too much, but I think tactically she was trying to get that Judo awarded to the Mongolian, but they run out of time. So the bronze medal and the win goes to Mongolia. Hussein Ayush and Maria Portela takes the 5th place. Now this is an exciting final for me. Maria Perez, Puerto Rico. Now her day today has been outstanding and has got to be the top favourite for this gold medal today. A wonderful display of judo that she's shown, great repertoire from the Ippon Cienagis to the Ashiwazas, winning all her matches by Ippon. Up against Irina Gazieva of Russia. And again, Rosari straight out there. Well, my goodness me, she's definitely not disappointing us in this final. I tried to look up for some information on Maria Perez. Didn't seem to be much out there for us to enlighten you on what she's achieved, but I'm quite sure after this result we'll all be talking about her. A lovely Uchimata combination to the Koichigari. Well, she's a real gutsy fighter, very, very brave indeed, and technically so good. Irina Gazieva really working with the unknown here. Irina, 29 years of age. Won internationals medals in Tallinn, Tbilisi. Strong international athlete for Russia, representing Russia, but really has got a work cut out here. And again, Yuko scored into the Osakomi. Can she hold it? Well, Arena did very well to get out of that. But my goodness me, she really is finding this match very difficult. Maria Perez, throughout the whole day, has been on fire. Outstanding athlete. Very dangerous Maria is on the exchange of grips. Always first on the attack. Looks always slightly vulnerable when she's gripped up for longer than 30 seconds. This is where Maria is vulnerable at times. That real sort of breaking of balance and gripping up for a longer period of time. Her forte is off the grip when she attacks, straight off that grip, then she's very dangerous indeed, but looks very vulnerable. And she allows her opponent on for more than 10-15 seconds, then you see a slight vulnerability. So Yuko and Awazari on the board with 1 minute and 12 seconds to go. Gazieva still a major threat and is starting to pile on the pressure. Maria with that left hand on the lapel, very strong indeed with her grips. Put that right, a lovely Cianagi, oh yes! Again the Ippon Cianagi, which has always been a favourite. Big score on that. Oh goodness me, like, so close now. That was a great opportunity and for Irina. With 38 seconds left, can she come back? Now the danger is here for Irina. She is coming on to her opponent and but good awareness there for Maria. That Kosota Gak that she's trying to attempt there. Well read from Maria, but still looks so vulnerable at times. One thing with these two athletes, they're big throwers. And for Irina coming on to her opponent, desperately trying to come back, might leave herself open for the Cianagis, the Ashiwazas that Maria is very good at. But she doesn't seem to have... Well, it's just great when your predictions come true. And right from the beginning, Maria Perez looked every much a gold medalist today in this competition and didn't let us down in the final. A wonderful display of judo throughout and a fantastic final, winning on a Yuko and a Wazari. Maria Perez takes the gold medal back home to Puerto Rico. Irina Gazieva takes the silver medal home to Russia. we're coming up to the under 78s first bronze medal final. And representing Croatia in the white gi, Manaric, and representing Mongolia in the blue gi. Purvagal. Ivana, 24 years of age. And Sofia took a 5th place this year. In the European Cup in Dubrovnik, a bronze medal. At 24 years of age, has 6 senior national championship medals under her belt. Looking desperately for the Niwaza opportunity there. Purvagal, 29 years of age, 5 years a senior to her opponent. Finished 7th place in the 2008 Beijing Olympic Games. Winner of the Grand Prix in Dusseldorf in 2001, and has won 5 Asian medals and 2 titles back in 2011 and 2012. One of her strongest techniques that she's used throughout this day is the Makikomi, Usoto Makikomi, on the right hand side, so it's that right sleeve Ivana has to be careful of as she throws very deep down over the back. There's Osotogari from Ivana, leaving herself a little bit vulnerable down there in the Niwaza, as the Mongolian looks for the shimiwaza and the turnover at the same time. And it looks like it's effective, that she has secured the Usakomi. And now Ivana is in a lot of trouble. Really has to try very close indeed, but it's just made things worse. And obviously feels that it's just impossible to get out of that. and submits, handing the bronze medal over to the Mongolian. Buvagal takes the bronze medal back to Mongolia. Manaric from Croatia takes the 5th place, which on the world ranking points means that she takes 20 points.
Second bronze medal contest for women under 78 kilos. Secondo combattimento per i bronzi in questa categoria 78 kg.
So now we come to the second bronze medal final in the under 78 kilo category. Zhang of China in the white, Park of Korea in the blue. Park, 22 years of age, from Korea. She won a bronze medal this year in Sofia. She also won a silver medal in the East Asian Games back in 2014 and finished 9th at the World Championships last year. Zhang, 28 years of age. One has won various World Cup medals, from Sao Paulo to Abu Dhabi, Korea, and she won a bronze medal in the Asian Championships back in 2012, where back in 2008 also was part of the team that won the world bronze medal. Well, the Korean Park is 3 shidos down. One more would result in a Hansokumaki. So I'm looking for medical attention right now. 2 minutes left, halfway through this contest. 3 shidos to 1. Not a comfortable position for the Korean to be in. One more results in a Hansokumaki. So really needs to change the tactics in this contest. Hopefully this opportunity of a mate will give her an understanding to compose herself, and that opportunity to engage with her coach right now to advise her on where she's going wrong, really. So was this the mate she needed to bring it all back into play? There was a lot of kimikata there, very little exchanging of grips and throwing off the grip. That right arm right over the shoulder, but leaving herself very vulnerable for the drop Seoinage, as Zhang capitalizes on that. Well, definitely Park needs to engage, needs to move forward, take control now, as she does very nicely. And it looks Zhang takes her second Judo. It's a battle of this. Oh, and a lovely harai into the Makokomi. Fantastic. As she rotates, scoring there. This takes the pressure off slightly. And a submission there. Well, it was looking as if it was going to be all horrible for Park. It was going terribly wrong. She received 3 Judos, but she kept her composure and focused, and obviously that mate did help to bring it all back into line. She takes the bronze medal. And now we come to the under 78 final, and to the delight of the Italians, Galeone, Esunta in the white gi. She's up against a very experienced Cuban, Castillo. Galeone, 29 years of age, a lot of experience behind her. She won the European team title with the Italians back in 2010. She's fought in many world and European championships and won a silver medal in the under-23s back in 2008 in the under-78. She's won World Cup medals in Birmingham, Sofia, and a Grand Prix in Tbilisi, and is 6 times Italian champion. Taking a bronze medal this year in Havana. Coming nicely to form in preparation for the Olympic Games, and this final will give us some vital Olympic qualification points. Castillo, 29 years of age, again a mature athlete. Back in 2008 was Olympic silver medalist, and she was also 7th in the 2007 World Championships in Rio. She's won the Pan American Games and medaled in such world and European events. Today she's not been looking the sharpest in this weight category, and in fact leaving everything to the last moments of the contest, going into the final seconds or even just into the final minute, where she was trailing behind and seemed to just pull it out of the bag at the end. But I think Galeone, being on home grounds, has that slight percentage that's going to help her through, and she wants nothing more than to keep this gold medal safely here in Rome. both opting for very similar style of kumikata. In fact, looks quite negative from this angle, and the referee feels this too, gives them both a Shido each. Right arm cross gripping over the shoulder, very effective. Again, that right hand over on the shoulder, drawing her opponent in, looking very strong and controlling indeed in this contest. Needs to really follow it through with a couple of strong attacks. Doing the Ouchigari, few Ashiwajas Koichi. Yoso to Makakomi as Castillo is thrown out of the bag in the latter stages of a contest. It's very strong and effective indeed, but picks up a third Shido. One more would result in a hand sokimaki, and the crowd are right behind this young lady from Italy. Castillo starts to change the pace, becoming a little bit more aggressive in the grip. Now this Kosota gak that she has from this very position, is she going to attempt it? Now we've seen this in the last minute and it's worked every time for her. But I'm quite sure the Italian knows that. But she has to put in her attacks. She might only be a Shido, but one more would result in a tie and golden score, 36 to go. The crowd is so loud that the athletes can't even hear the mate. But I think both possibly would be awarded a Shido each, which would mean that a Hansoku would be awarded to Castillo. I don't think it's fair to say one should achieve a Shido. I think both should be awarded. So Shido. Well, I would have thought that both should be awarded that Shido. Now it brings it up to level 28 seconds. Ouchigari attempt. Yes! Well, it's not Yuko, it was Murakoka, but again it was a great attack from Gaglione, who piles the pressure on with 1 second. And it's a golden score. Really, it should never have come to this. That last exchange of Shidos should have been one each, and this contest should have been all over and done with. But it leaves it very exciting indeed. Both are very much capable of taking this gold medal. The stronger of the two so far. A real battle of grips here, a real aggressive exchange, both so determined to come through with this gold medal and this title. One wants to keep it in Rome, the other one wants to take it back to Cuba. But body language is showing the determination of Gaglione, and this crowd 100% behind her. But it's, yes! Oh, goodness me! Again, a lovely attack. Good as she was, nicely controlled. And the Cuban is starting to look very tired. But we know Castillo has pulled it out of the bag in the last seconds, so I would never write her off, even at this stage. And oh my goodness me! Well, no sooner did I open my mouth, and it all came true to words. Castillo once again today shows the class of an Olympic silver medalist to be able to take such pressure at the direst seconds of a contest to bring it all back on track and to take that gold medal. So 54 seconds into the golden score, Castillo of Cuba takes the gold medal and the title of the European Open here in Rome. And Gaglione, a well-deserving silver medalist, had fought so hard. Well, we'll be coming up very shortly with the medal presentations of the women's under 70 kilos. So I'll just leave you for a few moments to enjoy these celebrations and the awards. So we have now the plus 78 kilo category bronze medal final, the first one. In the white gi, representing Korea, is Kim. And representing Cuba, Ortiz in the blue gi. Well, also Komi here, very convincing win here for Ortiz, but sadly this young lady should have actually been in the final, made a terrible error in the semi-final, and obviously brought her back in line, taking a medal back to Cuba. But for her, she will know it should have been a final. So Itales Ortiz takes the bronze medal back to Cuba. Now we are coming to the second bronze medal. A female of Brazil in the white gi, Zambotti representing Mexico in the blue gi. Zambotti, 33 years of age, competed at 3 Olympic Games and various World Championships, but never medalled. She's won the Pan American Games back in 2007 and the Grand Slam in Rio in 2012. This year took a bronze medal in Havana, and hopefully this Olympic Games will be a fourth time lucky. Well, not the greatest of starts for Zambotti. The Brazilian slightly in the lead with 1 Judo to 2. 2.5 minutes left in this contest. Left high collar grip, controlling quite nicely from the Brazilian. Will be also to Makukomi for a pawn. Well, a lovely finish for the Brazilian. He's definitely got to be an Olympic hopeful for Rio. So the second bronze medal goes to Akima of Brazil.
Adesso abbiamo l'ultima finalissima e dopo abbiamo 2 cerimonie di premiazione. Finalissima categoria.
So the medal table stands at this particular moment with Italy with the first place, second place and 1/7. Mongolia behind in second position with 1 gold, 4 bronze medals. And Korea drops down to third position with 1 gold medal, 3 bronze. But this all could change. Well, in fact, it will change. China will then come up, because China, being in both silver, gold and silver position, will bring them up in line with 1 gold, 2 silver and 3 bronze medals. So regardless the outcome of this, China will hit the top of the medal table. Now we have Zhu Yu, China in the white, and Mai, China in the blue. Son Yu, 28 years of age. Took 9th place in the Grand Slam this year. Oh, lovely Koichi. Scoring a Wazari. Son Yu won the heavyweight world title back in 2015. Astana, where she beat Meganumi Tachimoto, and now adds the European Open title here in Rome. And Mai takes the silver medal from China. So, as I said earlier on, the overall medal table looks like this. China with 1 gold, 2 silver and 3 bronze, a 5th and 2 7th places. Italy in second position with 1 gold, 1 silver and 1 7th place. Mongolia in the 3rd position with 1 gold, 4 bronze medals and 1 7th. Out of the 7 weight categories, 7 nations took the title. China, Italy, Mongolia, Korea, Cuba, France and Puerto Rico. Shows you widespread of the medals and what tough competition there was over here this weekend. I do hope you've enjoyed as much as I have, watching some spectacular performances from 140 athletes representing 29 countries here at this weekend. And we're just coming up to the last medal presentations, award ceremonies. And the behalf of the European Judo Union and myself, Loretta Cusack-Dora, I'd like to thank you for joining us and hope you will join us again for one of the next European Opens and Olympic qualification events for Rio 2016. Thank you and goodbye.
The silver medalist from Italy, al secondo posto, assolutamente.
It's good, huh?
È un